False move week beginning to the top side. Be right back, y'all. All right. We talked about this last night. Best case scenario. The fear about moving down towards CME gap was that we have a false move down just because of how close it is. Right. So best case scenario for the squiggle we were talking about was take out the highs. Maybe put in another high going into Monday, which is why I said yesterday I said the next 48 hours is going to be sketchy for the bulls. I mean, for the bears if we free the trap longs. But then our 3-day retracement comes fill CME. Or we come down, fill CME tomorrow, and then still put in another high going into Monday. Right. So for right now, we have an expiration date for this high of Monday, 12 o'clock Eastern. Let's play. Let's play ball. Just in case we don't remember last week. Right, same deal. Weekend trap, except we were tighter this time. False move up that frees the trap longs.
Just this was one powerful week, man.
Usually is. The fast move is usually the false move.
Yes.
I still didn't find out what that screen recording thing was, but it's gone, so. It didn't even give me time to draw my measured move. And then I looked and I noticed that it wasn't even showing on the screen because you guys were looking at the wrong. I don't know. My OBS does some stupid shit sometimes. That was the liquidity sweep, y'all. That's the purpose of the weekend trap. When we talk about liquidations get thick on the bottom, liquidations get thick on the top. Market maker plans out what his targets are for the next week and what's the best way to go about it. Apparently the best way to go about it today was to sweep those longs, leaving our CME underneath us. If we continue to push, which I kind of rather do, right? The measured move is 798. We continue to push and leave CME, and then it opens tomorrow and we're up here, then that'll be a really nice trade back into CME. But we could also retrace all of this, come back in, CME closes, we close CME, and then still put in another high. Monday night by 12. I'm going to draw a line on the chart. That's our line in the sand right there. I don't care how bearish the macro looks. I don't care how bearish the midterm looks. If you're a bear, you cannot take your eyes off of higher prices until we get to our expiration date. Don't get caught with your bear suit down. So I just explained exactly what I thought. I literally just drew a line on the chart and said we can go higher to this point. Let's go find this mean recovery. I mean, this vector recovery on the 1 minute.
That's just nasty, man.
Was there anybody in a long that didn't TP some on that vector? That's been here for more than 3 months. That's to. It's the speed, guys. You gotta respect the velocity of candles. Right? It's one thing to have a pump like this, right? And be like, oh, I wonder if this pump can sustain itself. Like, I wonder if we can keep this momentum. It's another thing to do that and keep that momentum, right? Especially with the massive imbalance that was just created with that candle. Doesn't mean it can't be the start to something. Like I just said, we can put in highs going into Monday night. But this sort of move in the short term is always going to come back unless you're seeing like massive. You would have to see all types of really big aggressive buys come through the tape here. And you're not really seeing that, right? You need whale buys to sustain that sort of move. But now you've recovered 50% of the vector, right? For those of us that were in class. If we take the entire vector top to bottom, right? Or if you go to the 1 minute and just take the unrecovered. On a vector like that, that speed, that 50% is very high percentage play. Yeah, we freed the trap long, so it's a false move up for the week. But don't, like I said, don't let that make you think that it can't go significantly higher. The measured move that we're looking at from this bull flag that we broke out of was 79.83. Last week when we were setting up for this weekend trap, I said what I want to see is if we trap higher or if we trap lower. Right? That's how I'm going to judge if market maker is able to roll price over or what's going on. Well, we trapped right on, same range basically. So if this is the false move up, which I believe it is, which means that even if we, come up and hit 80 or something, right? Or even in an extreme case, and this isn't out of the question, which is why I'm telling you that there's time, even in an extreme case where it retests that trend, right? It's like a 81 basically. We still have the 3-day down. So on that 3-day down, two things will happen, right? Either it'll just come down to here and then set traps and we trap a weekend higher, or, So I'm still judging it by the weekend traps. Right? Weekend traps are where market maker has stepped in. So what we have to see is he stepping in to make them higher, right? Or are they getting lower? It's almost like an uptrend. It's like a market maker uptrend or downtrend based off weekend trap levels. Right now we're flat, which could be the sign of a major rollover. We'll see. This double top is really strong, right? Which means that breaking it would also be really strong, meaning the effect on sentiment would be big. Now, more than anything, you want to see volume pick up.
Oh, something I wanted to ask. Do you see market maker in the volume chart?
Yeah. Whenever there's this amount of volume, right, there's definitely vectors involved. But the thing is, you see them in smaller volume too. Right, hold on, let me do something. I've got PVSRA volume here somewhere.
So you can have a volume without market makers and volume with in charting.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, whales come in and splash around and push price. They're going to put in massive volume spikes. It doesn't necessarily mean that market maker, that market makers involved, but 90% of the time, even when whales are overwhelming market makers matching whale trades because they run a delta neutral strategy, right? So they have to cover their losses. All right. So what I wanted to show you was TVSRA volume. Why is it? Hold on. Let me snatch this from here. A second. Put you over here. And then let me put the other volume on so you can see. Right, so this is PVSRA volume. Now it's the same, right? But it shows you the candles that market maker steps in on versus the ones that he doesn't. Right, now it's not really a huge deal to have it on because all it's showing you is where the vectors were. See?
Yeah.
Each vector just has a corresponding vector volume candle, I guess. But you can see there's plenty that don't have, there's decent volume that doesn't necessarily have market maker involvement. But for the most part, outstanding candles like that are gonna have, that's gonna be all market maker.
But it's not that clearly that you could see that the trend where you're going is moved by a market maker or just by
Yeah, I mean, if you see this, right? If you see the clusters, right, that's persistent volume coming in with market maker backing, right? That lets you know that you're getting a nice push, nice sustainable push.
yeah.
But like I said, I usually don't keep it on because you can see it anyways. I mean, you can see it in the candles anyways.
Yeah, this was very interesting. Thanks.
Yep. Market maker uses vectors to set shorts. Sets green vectors to set shorts, red vectors to set longs. The recovery of them is usually retail. Like if you notice here, right? There's no market maker involvement in this drop. Market maker stopped the volume on smaller time frame. Right? That stop of volume triggered retail to sell. So think of it like this. When market maker provided the volume for this move up, he set short positions at every entry point, right? So not only does market maker get paid on the spread on the way up while price is going through the order book, but their short positions get triggered as price comes down to recover the vector. Right? So since they run a delta neutral strategy, if any of these fail, right, if they can't move up enough to get paid on the spread to recover the money, or if price doesn't come down enough to recover the whole vector, they're getting paid on both sides. If both work, then they end up positive. Yeah, they can wait forever. They can. I mean, some of our main vectors on the weekly time frame didn't get recovered until the bear market. They're not losing money. Let's just put it like that. You know what I mean? They're not in the game just because they want to see the market stay liquid. It's definitely a for-profit business. So yeah, longer time frame vectors, you just have to be aware that they're down there. But if the smaller time frames aren't showing you weakness, then they can stay unrecovered for a long time. But when you're on the macro and you're looking at something like Bitcoin, right? These vectors, while everybody was partying, right, during like 2020, what was it, 2021? Um, they never got recovered for the most part. Quick wicks down, but this price action was so fast. Right. But we didn't end our bear until we took most of those out. There's one last one underneath it never got recovered. Right, but typically that's how it'll go. There'll be one vector. This one got recovered 50%. This one got recovered 50%. This one didn't. It's like one vector that gets left behind. Look at this. We all know that this was COVID, right? But would it have gone that deep if that vector wasn't there? Like that's like we'll never know, basically. So then we had this. This year was different. Look at how it happened this year. Because remember what I told you about market maker. Market makers in control in low liquidity environments, right? That's when they run the show exactly how they want to run the show. Look at the difference between, and this is the perfect chart too, because this is our QE QT chart. Right. So we were in quantitative tightening here. Look at the difference between this bull market and this one. Right. Quantitative easing, money got injected because of COVID, rocket ship. Double top, rolled over. No quantitative easing. Every single move up got recovered. Right? This on smaller time frames was a vector on the daily. Right? But our large vectors on the weekly, right, recovered 50% and then pushed off. So left nothing behind. This one right here is, in my opinion, going to be the unrecovered vector. Right? We leave an unrecovered vector like we saw every bull market, and for me, it's going to be that. I don't think we come down 34 to 29. In my opinion, I'd be surprised, but this vector got fully recovered. Right? This vector got half recovered. There's really no unfinished business. My targets haven't changed, fam. That's my target bubble by date and time. Actually, if I was to make the target bubble accurate, give me a second. Give me a second. Let me get this right so I don't have to do it again. My target bubble goes from that wick to that wick. By that time, and turn that shit into a bullseye so there's no misunderstanding. But I could be nutty. October 6th, October 5th, October 6th. So if you want me to squiggle it, Something like that. Maybe some more dips down here into 40 that make you think it's the bottom. Maybe some moves up into like 60 to make you think it's over, right? But basically, a long, multi-month long consolidation that ends with some sort of sweep into those ranges. It's just where my head's at. I'm 1000% looking for evidence to the contrary. Right? Don't get me wrong. I've never stuck to my bias. I'll give you an example. The Ichimoku baseline on the weekly to give bulls something to hold on to here. Come on, gang. If we cross that Ichimoku baseline on the weekly, something's different. We've never crossed this Ichimoku baseline after being this far into the bear market without going into a bull market. Very easy, very mechanical. Right? We go back and look. Once you break it towards the tops, right? Towards the tops, you can have some cut in, cut out, right? But once it breaks, let me turn on the cloud for a second. So it looks more familiar, right? Once it breaks the cloud, remember we said when this breaks the cloud on the weekly, it usually starts the capitulation, right? Which we broke up here. Right, but we said specifically that there could be a move up before the capitulation. I'll show you in a second. Right, but once that breaks that cloud, price doesn't come back over that Ichimoku until the bottom of the bear market. Right, they call it the baseline for a reason. You see how it holds the baseline? It's not until it breaks the baseline and falls out of the cloud that you go into your bear market. Let's look at this one. Look at what happened here. Broke the baseline like we did, and then immediately pumped after. Right? Just like we did. What was it? Baseline was like right here. So 40% move after it broke the baseline, but then it rolled over. And then here, it had the chance to break, but it didn't. Capitulated. Once it broke, then you knew the top was in. So COVID came, destroyed your dreams. This one is the anomaly, right? Where it broke on the weekly, but when it broke, price was above. That's what's different, right? Price was above the break line, above the baseline when the baseline broke the cloud. But once it came back down underneath, right, then it didn't cross back over until the bottom of the bear market. Right? You can go all the way back to the beginning. Baseline doesn't go that far, but you can basically see it there, right? Everything's underneath the baseline. Once it gets above the baseline. So my argument is that we're watching every angle, right? I'm watching that like a hawk. As hard as my conviction is in my thesis, right? I don't ignore anything because I'd rather be rich than right. Right? I'm not in it for the trophies because there are no trophies. But that being said, we haven't had to deal with that yet, right? You would have to right now price would have to pump above 85K for that to be a concern. And then if you go to the daily, Just like the opposite, we'll be watching for what happened here. Price came down, right? We pumped above the baseline, and when we lost the baseline in the cloud, we had our capitulation. We lost the baseline in the cloud. So right now we're above our baseline. Right? To lose our baseline now, we have to come down underneath 735. But when we lose this baseline, if we lose this baseline, and we lose the cloud or the leading span B, which is at 70, then things get different. Which is why I say that FOMO lives above 70, right? Fear lives below 70. And what was the price that I said over here when I said that the bulls need to hold a specific point? That 73.5, 74 area. Well, that's right where our baseline is sitting, 73.5. Right, so that had nothing to do with why I put that level there. It's just confluence. So that's basically it, right? 73.9 or 70, let's say 73.5 for your bottom, 85.3 for your top. Anywhere in between that, we can range, chop, drop, go up, and it does nothing to change the macro. What we're waiting for is our ultimate signal. When our baseline crosses the cloud on the 2-week. Right? What were we doing before the drop? First, look, just so you see. Baseline crosses on the 2-week. You're one candle off the bottom. Baseline drops underneath the leading span B on the 2-week. Your bottoms. Baseline breaks, one candle off bottom. Right. So what happens before it breaks? Because we're still above our cloud. We haven't even come down into our cloud yet. Well, if we look back, right? Well, we came down and then it went sideways. If you look back at the last bull market when we came down and went sideways, what were we doing? Right? Basically doing that. That last relief rally before the multi-month long consolidation that leads to that final drop. What about here? What were we doing? Going sideways, still above the cloud. Yeah. Popping. Consolidating. But you know what they say, right? This is just TA is just astrology for crypto bros. 80 is a huge psychological, right? We learned that in class when we talk about market maker targets. Whole and half numbers are massive. 75, 80, 85. It even goes down to quarters. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab this coffee. I heated it up like 3 times already and it's still sitting in my microwave.
Nobody thinks we see one final push on Bitcoin. Yo, Dbloc, what's up?
The only thing I like more than vibing out is nerding out. You guys got me. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Like, I know it doesn't feel like it, but that lack of blow off top was a gift for the future. Right? We can come back all the way to where you want to come back. Come all the way back to 1888. Right? Remember this gold and silver line. This gold and silver line is gold and silver, obviously. And then you have S&P. Right? This is the game that money has always played, right? Because currency has always been debased. Whenever one tops, another one tends to be neatly at the bottom. Right? And then whenever that asset that was at the bottom tops, the other always seemed to be neatly at the bottom. Right? So wealth has always had easy rotations. Right? And it continues, right? As new industries came in, Russell and Q, right? But it's always worked that way. Right? Legacy is at its dead bottom, while commodities are moving up. Right? So as price moves up, you take your profits and then you buy those cheap companies. Right? But what's different this time? Everything is at its highs at once. So there is no clear rotation, right? Well, right now you look at it and you're like, well, Bitcoin's the clear rotation, right? Bitcoin's down here. But these guys understand cycles as well. And you know they understand cycles because they're greedily trying to push this cycle as close to the real estate cycle as possible. It's you can't diversify inside of an industry. Right? If legacy is going down, yes, you could always find a sector of legacy that might be outperforming others. Right? But the big money as a whole will rotate out of that industry. There's always money to be made, right? Just like in crypto, right? Crypto's shit right now, but if you traded Rave for the past whatever. So, like I was just showing, if equities haven't taken their drop yet, and in my opinion, commodities probably put in a new high. When equities take this drop, that rotation goes into commodities. So these guys are still euphoric, right? We're not euphoric. We didn't even get euphoric here. If you've got me on Discord and YouTube, you might hear an echo. But these guys right now just broke all-time highs, right? The S&P and NASDAQ they broke performance records since 1950, right? So this is high-level euphoria right here, which means that money's not in a big hurry to get out of here yet. Smart money's already exiting, right? In my opinion, this is distribution. But you're going to need that last leg. You're going to need something that breaks these lows on everything, that brings price down, right? And the thing is that the euphoria is so high right now that it's too expensive to buy this. It's euphoria, bro. You're sending cash into an all time high on a market that looks like this. Screw everything else. Just the S&P itself, right? It was a rotational play for because of the war. It was a last ditch effort. We called this shit months and months ago, and we said that they'd try to push it to when real estate dropped. And real estate's got a couple months left in it. But my point is, when Legacy takes this floor out, right, Bitcoin's going to take that final drop. This drop on Legacy isn't going to be enough to make everybody turn their back on it. Right, which means that the dip will be bought. When the dip gets bought, and there's that lower high, right? Then after Bitcoin comes down to 52, then that'll be our consolidation, right? We might pop up a little, might pop down. When that breaks, that'll be our Bitcoin bottom, in my opinion. Now, why that's important is because we'll be hitting Bitcoin bottom, in my opinion, at the same time that legacy sentiment is completely broken, right? Meaning money won't be pouring back into this until the bottom of the cycle. So that leaves Bitcoin.
You don't think we see a slight push on Bitcoin maybe this winter due to all these markets pumping and going crazy? Like, you know, I don't know. I just think that with uh,
Guys, do you think this is
with
sustainable? You guys really think what's happening on Legacy right now is sustainable? Like, take away the wanting it to happen. Like, try to look at it from a neutral standpoint.
yeah.
Like, look at the world around us. You really think this thing is just gonna keep pumping? What am I looking at if it's not the facts, bands? I'm sorry if it doesn't match your TA, but it doesn't mean I'm not looking at the facts, right? It just means that we're reading them differently, apparently.
I'm in agreement with you, right? Like I think we're due obviously a big pullback, right? But why I'm confused as to why Bitcoin hasn't been able to pump a bit with the craziness that's going on, right? Like why can't
Because there's no euphoria. Nobody wants
yeah,
it, bro. People come in here every day. If you want to get a good sentiment, you need to just read the chat. Just come in here and scroll down the chat and read the amount of people. Bitcoin is dead. This shit is over. It's a wrap. Quantum this. Satoshi that. It'll get worse too. Wait till we get into that multi-month long consolidation where everybody feels like we're really, really at the lows. Every pump up that doesn't continue to pump is like a kick in the nuts to sentiment.
mm,
It's important, in my opinion, to understand what blow off tops look like, right? The difference between a blow off top and a pump. What S&P's done in the last 2 weeks hasn't happened since 1950. And by the way, when it happened in 1950, it was a top. Not putting that in the mix. I'm just saying as a side note.
I just yeah. I mean,
I want it to be over too.
I'm
If it makes you guys feel any better, we're not far. You know what I mean? Time wise, we're really not far. I
yeah.
just know that everybody hopes that the buys that they made, which were great, right? Which we've made good money off of in the 60s, like we're kind of hoping you wouldn't have to reset those. But I don't know, man. I just look at it like it was a great opportunity to build my dry powder up way bigger and get ready for the actual, the actual buys.
Yeah. I mean, I just have a question. You do you not think with a some kind of agreement or a closure on the situation in Iran with the US and maybe obviously we saw I think it was yesterday Coinbase announced that there's progress with the um, the crypto. Sorry, my brain's not really braining
You're
right
good.
now, but what's it again? The
Clarity Act.
correct, yeah, the Clarity Act. Do you not think, if something like that gets signed and we see a, a bit more closure with the Iran war, etc., do you not think we can maybe see some movement in the markets, maybe um, with Bitcoin pushing maybe a bit,
I think all of that is cool, and I think all of that will give you sentiment bumps, right? But long term liquidity that comes in and is sustainable, it takes time. Like, let's take the war for example. Let's say today they reopen the port, right? The last tanker that moved freely right through the port got to its port on April 20th, right? From the time that the war started. So it's about a 2 month lag. So that means if they open the port today, the first free tanker that makes it through doesn't get to where it's going for 2 months. They move at the speed of a bicycle on the water, right? So that's a 2 month lag right there. Prices are already going up. Prices were going up before the last tanker hit. Prices were already going up. It was getting priced in. So let's say that happens today, right? That means 2 months from now, things start to look better, right? They don't get better, they start to look better, which means that people will use sentiment and buy. But that sort of, it takes a long time to turn that ship, not to be, not using puns, but we're going in a certain direction right now, and it's not going to stop on a dime. Let's say tomorrow, when does the Fed chair come in? Let's say the Fed chair comes in tomorrow. Right, we're gonna go and just think of the most possible the bullish things, right? War's over. Fed comes in tomorrow and says, screw Powell. He was talking crazy. I talked to the committee. We got him on our side. We're gonna pump liquidity, right? Money printers on full speed. Everybody's gonna be rich. We know global liquidity lags 100 days. Right? So even if the money printer turns on today, which would cause sentiment, right? People would be like, oh, da da da. But that liquidity won't sustain itself, right? Because the true money isn't here yet. So if you run that forward 100 days, we're already in August. And then the trickle time it takes, unless you think that like as soon as it gets there, like candles just gonna up and to the right. Right? These things take time. All this good news that we're hearing is amazing, and it'll be catalysts that push us in the bull market. But the war didn't start the bear market. Right? So it's not gonna end it. S&P dumping didn't start the bear market, right? So S&P pumping isn't going to end it. Bitcoin is the most sensitive asset to global liquidity, right? Global liquidity must expand and contract. You cannot supercycle global liquidity. The world comes to an end. Debts have to be repaid. For debts have to be repaid, money needs to be brought back into the bank. Money needs to be brought back into the bank so that they can issue debt, so that they can issue more money, so that the machine can keep turning. Well, that's cool, Bance. That's your thesis. My thesis is that this is a blow off top. I don't care what anybody thinks. The only thing that I really care about is that you hedge against being wrong. Because I know I am. Right? As strong as my conviction is, I'm 1000% hedged against being wrong. I just hope everybody else is too. Because there's going to be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing if you get too attached to your bias. And I'll tell you one thing, these savages in chat aren't going to be there to hold anybody's hand either. Yeah, I still think they could put in another high. I definitely think that gold and silver can put in another high. I think they will. I think that's where the first rotation will go. Right? Once S&P is done with its blow off top and it starts to sell off, that rotation will go into gold and silver. Then gold and the silver will put in their blow off top. And then that'll probably be the end of everything when it starts to drop, which will be the beginning of our fund, though. So that's it, man. Sometimes these things are a blessing. They don't feel like it at the time, but the fact that we didn't top in euphoria and we didn't have a blow off top and we started getting to our lows earlier than everything else is going to pay off in the long run. I mean, my mentality, I've told y'all this whole time, my mentality is I'm fading, right? If I'm long, it's to build dry powder bag for the bottom of the range. My actual trades, my real trades, are my MicroStrategy short, right? Everything that I'm running on this side is a hedge against this trade. Right? And I'm running my Labubu short, which is just printing, bro. This thing is making up for. I love Labubus. Like I might low key get a Labubu tattoo one of these days. Be some girl at the club like, oh my god, I love Labubus too. I'm like, yeah, I shorted the shit out of it. So I'm pretty well balanced right now. I mean, it might be like a dead Labubu, you know, with like Cypher School tats or something cool. But if this thing plays out the way I think it's going to, which is basically Pop Mart just coming back down to obscurity, they don't have any new banger right now. Right after Labubu, there was one that did well, but people are off of that collectible sort of blind box thing. If this shit comes all the way back, listen. But yeah, you know, I might sound like my conviction is strong, but there's a reason for it, and there's a 1000% mechanical checklist that I follow. Like it has zero to do with emotions or what I want to happen. What I want to do is make money, right? To make that happen, what I have to do is be on top of these things. So I know I'm going to receive absolutely zero trophies for saying that this isn't over and having it play out that way, right? So what I am doing is paying a lot more attention to BNB, Ethereum, Solana, and Tron. We'll actually do it later on today. I said I would do it. So we're gonna go over we'll go over my stablecoin thesis, and then I want to do a Bitcoin presentation. I had a really not disturbing but eye-opening conversation with somebody yesterday about Bitcoin, and I realized that we might skip a lot of things in here when we talk about what Bitcoin is and what it does. because this person really was very confused about why we would trade Bitcoin. Soon. Like probably between 8 and 9. So like an hour, 15 minutes, something like that. Really just the main focus is on ways that we can capture liquidity out of the whole Clarity, stablecoin bill, since we can't trade stables because that doesn't make any sense, even though stables are a great trade sometimes. But yeah, right. It's more about paying attention to the rails. Right, the people that stand to win the most with this Clarity Act are the rails that the stablecoins run on. Right, they've just received a new vertical with this, or a rise in intrinsic value. I really hope that when we get to the bottom, wherever it is, right, I really hope you guys don't overthink it. Because I tried to outsmart this thing a couple cycles. I tried to fight it. And yeah, I wasted a lot of time.
What's up, D?
Yo.
You say try to fight it and all that. You mean just trying to catch the bottom?
No, like trying to fight it, like, you're at the bottom and you're like, all right, we got here. And then you look at Bitcoin, but you look at the alts, and then you're like, ah, damn. Like, look at how low the alts are right now. Maybe I'll just, do the alt thing instead of the Bitcoin thing. Like, play with alts, right? Like, play with alts. But the reason that I want to really get into the value of these alts is so that you realize that outside of the top 20, it's like, it's all garbage. It really is. And I don't even mean like, I just mean market cap wise, right? Like, go to coin market cap. Total market cap is at 2.6 trillion.
For Bitcoin, or is that for
Total.
Oh,
right?
total, okay.
Bitcoin alone is at 1.5. 279 mil for ETH, 189 for Tether, which will go into the chains, right? Your BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron, right? Which all happen to be in the top 10, top 20. But, I mean, once you get down past Hyperliquid or Doge, like, this is all nothingness down here. Right? And I know right now the obvious one, it seems like there's obvious winners, but
that could always change, right?
that's what I want to, that's exactly what I want to show. Like, hold on, how do I do this? Not trending. I always forget how to get to the historical. But I mean, if you go to every bull market top, right, in every different cycle, you're not going to even recognize the names in the top 10 if you go back like 3 cycles. You know, so it's like, yes, there's money to be made in their beta plays, and you can make a lot of money trading alts, the right alts during the right time at the right valuations. But in my opinion, the majority of your portfolio has to sit up here, right? And not even just blindly buying all of them, but you need to find the ones that have enough use case and enough actual real world use to where they're going to be here the next cycle and the next cycle, right? And the next cycle.
Yeah, I got you. So basically, just
Yeah.
this narrative that takes over the cycle.
Yeah.
Anything that does pop.
Yeah. So for right now, for me, Bitcoin, because of institutions, cemented, obviously. Even without them, Bitcoin would have been the easy draw, right? Then next, what's the next big liquidity coming into the market, which is stablecoin, commercial stablecoin traffic, business, remittances, da da da. So then we look at the chains that have the most stablecoin traffic, which is Ethereum, BNB, Solana, Tron.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. I mean, ETH is gonna be a tough one not to pick up on the bottoms too. But
If ETH goes underneath last bull market's lows, like if that shit goes underneath 750, I'm going crazy. I'm going nuts on you.
Damn, you think it'll go that low?
I mean, it didn't take out its highs.
Yeah,
right?
remember. So you're saying that percentage?
Yeah. So I mean, is it possible that ETH out of all of them is a little different, right? ETH, it is possible that ETH doesn't take out its lows, and it's because of the floor that the ETH ETFs would make. Right? We didn't have ETH ETFs during the last boom, so there is a good chance that either it gives it a floor above that low, or that we get front run by institutions that are like, oh, this is cheap enough for me. You know what I mean? Like, I'll buy it at 1,000. I don't need it at 700.
Especially those that got caught at the top.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially those that are in ETH treasury companies that are feeling the squeeze right now. Right. And that's what I think that the final black swan of this bull market will be. I think it'll either be an ETH treasury company or a Bitcoin treasury company going belly up and basically being forced to sell their entire bag by their shareholders because they've had enough. The board is like, look, this isn't working, da da da. I've said it from the beginning, bro. These MicroStrategy works for 2 reasons. It has Michael Saylor, and it has the shareholders that have already been through a couple cycles with Michael Saylor and have trust in him. Right. So when they're in the bear market and those earnings are coming in negative, right, quarter after quarter, and he tells them, hey, chill, you know how this is, da da da, here's your dividends, chill out, you're still getting paid, this is cyclical. Like, they trust him, right? But these new Bitcoin treasury companies, like, brothers, the CEO was just the same CEO that was running us into the ground 3 months ago, and now he came up with this Bitcoin thing. But you know what I mean? My stock is going down. It's not the same.
The punch.
Yeah, they're not orange pilled yet, and that's when, in my opinion, BlackRock steps in and says, "You guys going belly up, huh?" Comes and buys their stock at pennies on the dollar, right? Hostile takeover, dismantles the company, and then keeps their assets. And they basically buy that Bitcoin on their asset sheet at pennies on the dollar. And then slowly these small treasury companies will go folding into the bigger ones. To the point where that might actually be a business, plan, right? You have a failing company. You have some funds, but no real future. Start a Bitcoin treasury company, collect as much Bitcoin as you possibly can, and then hope to get picked up by one of the bigger guys and get cashed out.
That makes sense. One last question, going back on what you said before. So, how do you feel about strong Bitcoin pairs when we do hit the bottoms?
Yeah, of course.
I saw that dominance obviously leaves a little behind until that kind of takes a little ease off. But how is dominance at the going from a bear to a bull market?
Dominance should not be where it's at, right? for where we are, like if you look at the weekly,
Yeah, I think I saw a break 61% today on that last pump.
right? Typically, what happens, and this wasn't a typical time, but typically what happens is dominance comes down at our profit start, right? This is when your alt season begins, right? Alt season ends right as Bitcoin season ends, and then everything sort of rolls over happily together. And same thing here. This is your alt season. This is not, right? When we were supposed to have our alt season, Bitcoin continued to pump, dominance continued to pump. That's because there was nobody here. Like, the only money coming in was going to Bitcoin. It was just, we were being, ETF money. Right? Nobody else was buying anything but Bitcoin at that point. It's obvious because $6.62 out of every $10 at the high was going into Bitcoin. And then it comes down, but as everything comes down together, right? And right now, again, right, dominance is going high. Because for the most part, if you're buying if you're buying crypto, you're probably not buying alts. At least the majority, right?
Yeah.
Probably not buying alts. So the question is, how far down does that get, right, for the bear market? And I don't know. What's going to be more important is what you started with, which is the Bitcoin pairs. Right? If you're looking to buy anything at these lows for Bitcoin, it has to be outperforming the Bitcoin pair. Or else basically what a underperforming Bitcoin pair says is that you're going to continue to lose against Bitcoin. Right? Even if you go up in dollar value, even if you've hit the bottom dollar value wise, if you're continuing to lose against Bitcoin, that means that just holding Bitcoin and then selling that Bitcoin in the future to buy that alt gets you more of that alt. Right? When we get down to the bottom, I stop thinking about dollar value and I start thinking about Satoshi value. Like, what are these coins priced in Satoshis, not dollars? Because if it's getting cheaper in Satoshis, but it's getting more expensive in dollars, then that's great. That's a win-win, right? That means that I'm making money on Bitcoin, and when I buy that coin, I'm getting it for way cheaper in Satoshi value because I'm buying it with Satoshis instead of.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I was just trying to look at it like ciphering more gunpowder to put into Bitcoin. You definitely converted me when it comes to,
That's why I do it too. I'll definitely be any alts that are strong against Bitcoin. I'll 1000% be putting cash into them. But it'll never be to the point where I'm heavy on that. I'll still have a majority in Bitcoin. And then money comes out of that Bitcoin bag for Bitcoin beta plays. And then when that trade plays out, boom. There's two ways to do it. When that trade plays out, you can just put it all back in and now you have more Bitcoin. Or you can put in the Satoshis you took out, get back to your original Bitcoin count, and then you've got cash on the side to continue to speculate or, you know what I mean? But it's not money that came out of your main bag. Like, your main bag is still good. So, like, this side bag, if you want to get speculative and go into some, like, really low cap shit or whatever and it doesn't work out, cool, you didn't lose any Bitcoin doing it.
I'll never forget that chart you showed with the little people on it, and it's like the first 1.5 is colored in, and that's, what was it, 5%?
Yeah, I did a whole stay for the presentation, because the whole presentation is literally based around that graphic, bro.
Oh, beautiful.
Literally the whole thing.
You said 9:30?
Yeah, 9 by 9. We'll do it by 9. I don't want to run too late. But look, because remember that it was an old graphic, but I had to remake it. So I remade it yesterday. And then when I remade it, I was like, you know what? Let's deep dive it. Where is it? It's right here.
Yeah, that's the one.
But look, they're all little bobbies now. Yeah, so each one of these is 8.3 million people.
Jesus.
But
That
yeah,
green spot.
I mean, that's, that's the target, man. I mean, the target should be to be on this board at all, right? Because everybody on this board is a whole coiner. The main goal is to not be here.
I'm sorry. Wait, what is that?
This is the entire world. These are the amount of people that'll be able to own one Bitcoin if it was split evenly. That means 99.8% of the world is excluded from owning a whole Bitcoin. Right? 74% of the current world's millionaires are excluded from holding a whole Bitcoin. If every millionaire bought Bitcoin today and they all got their fair share, and Michael Saylor wasn't holding a million of them, you know what I mean? If it was just split evenly between all the billionaires, it'd be 0.2 Bitcoin.
That's really
So
crazy to think about.
if something happened tomorrow and every millionaire in the world decided that they wanted to buy Bitcoin, you're screwed. Just put it like that.
Unless it's bull market coming out of a bear.
Yeah, I mean, luckily millionaires tend to be a little smarter than buying things in the middle of a cycle. But and to be honest, right? Like money, it always fluctuates. The Bitcoin becomes scarce, but then there's a drop. When there's a drop, everybody sells their Bitcoin. All of a sudden, there's tons of Bitcoin on exchange. But that's just a visualization to show the scarcity of it. Right? We're lucky that we're at the point where not even 10% of the world thinks that they need to put like 1% of their net worth into it.
And that's what makes me want it more, though. Just
Yeah.
feeling like I'm still one of the early birds, even though, being priced where it's at.
Yeah. It's scalable because of Satoshi's, Sin. The Satoshi standard, something that I've been calling the Satoshi standard. The Satoshi standard is coming really soon. In 10 years, nobody will be talking about Bitcoin, as far as nobody will be talking about how much Bitcoin they own. Right? They'll be saying, oh, I've got 473,000 Satoshis, or I've got, 4 million Satoshis, because Bitcoin will be too expensive. But it's always divisible into its base unit.
I appreciate it, D. I'm gonna grab a bite then. I'll see you in an hour.
Yeah. Let me I gotta wrap up a couple things before I do that. Let me do it now. That way I can be on time. Between like 8:45 and 9 o'clock. I'll be back by like 8:45, and at 9 we'll start looking at some of the stuff.
Sounds good, bro. I'll see
Yep.
you.
But the good thing is that Bitcoin doesn't have to take the entire load, right? Like, in my opinion, that's not how it's gonna. There will be fiat currency, right? But the fiat currency, depending on what it's backed on, will be more sustainable than others.
Yeah, D, before you run, are you hip on any of this talk about the Bitcoin fork coming up? Supposedly, I think Block 9,000
Yeah,
actual fork, and the problem.
yeah.
Problem is
I was putting
it could be
something together on it. Yeah, I was
okay.
putting something together on it to sort of dispel, because I was hearing a lot of mojo. Let me finish my report on it though, so it's complete.
Okay, I look forward.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have the mass adoption, but it'll be of Satoshis. Right, which, by the way, right now are cheap. And they're getting cheaper. But this is the basic breakdown. And this is from millionaires to billionaires. Right? For every single person on the earth to have their fair share is 0.003 something. We saw yesterday, right? which is about $150. Mind you, everybody in the world can't have their fair share, but that, in my opinion, if you're looking to accumulate Bitcoin, should be your first target. Sorry, 001. This is with the remaining Bitcoin. 0019 per human. Per millionaire, right? At today's numbers, 0.2 Bitcoin. Which means if you have more than 0.2 Bitcoin right now, you have more than your millionaire share of Bitcoin. Doesn't mean you have $1 million. It just means if every millionaire in the world decided they wanted to buy Bitcoin right now, you have more than they'd be able to afford. Right? This is the reason that I'm doing this, because so many people focus on that one Bitcoin and they literally won't pull the trigger until they can get that one Bitcoin. And we're moving into a time where nobody's going to have one Bitcoin. And we're already sitting at 76K. What's the percentage of the world do you think that has disposable funds that can spend $76,000 on a Bitcoin? Now run that forward 2 bull markets from now, where our bear market bottom is 154,000 or something. Right? Eventually, people will concede to the idea of a quarter of a Bitcoin being just as valuable, right? Or a half of a Bitcoin or a third of a Bitcoin. But the problem is, if you wait too long to start that accumulation, and this isn't financial advice, I'm speaking to people who already have made a decision that they'd want to accumulate some Bitcoin. If you wait too long, those Satoshis are just getting more expensive, right? And by too long, I mean, if you decide you're just going to play alts this cycle and, you know, you'll make some money and then you'll buy Bitcoin in the next bear market once you're rich. I've just seen that go wrong a lot of times. Sui, you said? I'll take a look. And then I got to go do this so I can be back in time. On a 4-hour. Just trying. I mean, to be fair, right? Like, if you're in Sui, that's where you live right now. You could cheat it, I guess. Falling wedge, you don't, I mean, there's no need. Right. That will take you to the top of the range. But you have to invalidate your end pattern here. That's just going to drive me crazy. Hold on. It's the magnet. What's important is where the invalidation is. The invalidation is right here. So anything under that can still roll over. Let's just watch that level. And you're still underneath your EMAs, so you're not out of hot water here yet. Ada? Yeah, no. What's even crazier is when you look at the possibilities of where she can go. Damn, we've already dropped that much. How's a 10-cent Ada sound to you?
Not touching it.
ADA really suffers from my bull market top thesis. Right? My bull market top thesis is that if you did not take out your bull market highs, then you're going to threaten your bull market lows by the same percentage. The retracement is the same, right? ADA will always retrace 90 to 95% during the bear market. Right? Last time it retraced what? 92%, something like that. 90%. That stays the same. What doesn't stay the same is how much something pumps. But the retracements for alts are always the same, 90 to 95%. Right? Because if Bitcoin's losing value and the only thing that gives alts their value is their Satoshi value, and the Satoshi value is going down. Right? So the problem with that is if you don't take out your highs, then you risk taking out your lows, right? Because you're going to have the same percentage drop. Right? Let's look at Doge.
Uh-oh.
Not so bad, right? It didn't take out its highs, but it wasn't like ADA. Right? So if you take my thesis, and this is just my thesis, y'all. We'll see how it plays out at the end of the bull market. But if you take my thesis, then that means that you could threaten the lows on Doge to like 3.5 cents. Now, what I think is, as a TA guy, what I find really interesting about this is a quantitative tightening bull market, right? Which means low liquidity, alts, you can't expect alts to do well. But it seems as though they took this quantitative tightening bull market to use it as a setup year, right? Because if I'm right about this, and what they're missing on the highs, they'll add to the lows, then that's exactly the formula that you need to build a macro bull flag on a lot of these projects. Right? So while this sucked, it does sort of set things up, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Most coins will come down here, they'll reject off their lows, and they're just going to eat shit. They'll never do anything again. But when I look at things like Doge, which typically don't go anywhere from season to season, right? Or ADA, which I don't expect to disappear from season to season, it's hard to ignore the setup on the macro. Right? Screw intercycle shit, but just, if that holds, obviously big M pattern, but if that holds and pushes up and confirms that range with the second touch, and we have quantitative tightening, right? Or quantitative easing where the money's actually flowing, could get spicy, man. I haven't written off alt seasons like everybody else has. I just neatly put an asterisk by this year and put QT next to it, and that's it, right? In the future, the next time that we're in that level of QT, we'll know how to play it. So this is the line where I said that squiggle 1 starts here. For people who weren't here earlier, let me go over this before I go. We had 2 squiggles at the beginning of all this. We've already had our false move up. Our false move up expires Monday at midnight, right? Which means till then we can put in another high. So the first squiggle would come up, put in a high here, take out this low, close CME, and then make a move to put in a new high, maybe to this bull target by Monday, right? By Monday night. And then that would be the high for the week. That was the first squiggle. The idea of that started at the break of this downtrend. Our second squiggle was us breaking, coming up here, not going back for CME, CME opening, having a big gap underneath us, and then going for CME, and then continuing our way down. Right. So in one point, we would make our high before CME closed. In our other point, we would make our high after CME closed. But in both squiggles, there's still an opportunity to make a higher high here. Now the third squiggle, right, which the bears don't want to see, is that this was the high. Come back, we grab CME, then we do our 3-day down, break 70, and then all the fun is over. But we've got plenty of levels to break before we can look at it like that. But for right now, we're starting to lose this uptrend, which puts us in squiggle 1 territory. It's being defended too, so. It's too early. We can't call it the last high because we still have till Monday night. Right? Market maker can 1000% put in a new high. After Monday night, any high that we put in is going to be against market maker's wishes. Any high between now and Monday night is still within the cycle. If we break 73.5, then that opens that possibility. If we break 70, then yes. I don't think the next time we get underneath 70, I don't think we're able to get back above. But 73.5 is what bulls really need to fight to hold. We were looking at the way the Ichimoku was laid out. Y'all are about to make me nerd out again. Let me go do this, and when I come back, we'll go full nerd. Trying to trick me. I know you guys. If somebody ask him something about global liquidity, quick. All right, I'll be back. I'm back, y'all. Give me a second to get settled. That's good, y'all. I'm going to go into the Clarity Act stablecoin thing in a second. I'm just waiting for something to finish for me. Second. What's going on, Ghost? What's going on, Joe? We'll give it some time to cook, and then when we settle down, I'll get into the Clarity Act presentation, and then the stablecoin thesis, and then Bitcoin. Gonna be a full night. Squiggle one. So basically, Squiggle one says we close CME and then keep the possibility for an all-time high until Monday. Squiggle 2 is all-time highs. CME stays open. And we end up with a gap underneath us. Right now, to be clear, CME is still not open. But if we hit this target before this day, then we got Squiggle 1. Be interested if you just took an hour to research what Bitcoin actually is, Hadaf. Luckily for you, I did the work for you. So all you have to do is sit there and then ignore it when it comes on. It's like if you go to the club every Friday and you get slapped in the face by a girl, like every Friday, every club, then at some point, it's not that girls suck, right? At some point, it might be you.
Yo, D,
Yo,
can I ask you something?
yes, sir.
On the 4 hour, is that a W from April 26th?
From what low? What price? I think I know the one you're talking about. I was just trying to be lazy and imagine it in my head. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
From the double top that we made, those like
Yeah.
79.4.
Yeah, double top is always going to give you a double possibility as long as you don't, I mean, a W possibility. But from the double top itself, we took out those lows. Right? And then we put in like a final damage W, basically. But that's already played out. This taking out these highs would invalidate this whole structure as a W. It's almost like I just had that conversation with somebody. That's funny. How many times that happens where I pull up a chart and I'm like, okay, let me draw something, and then I look and I'm like, oh, okay, it's there. So yeah, this is much more, in my opinion, like an M right now. Right now, right? That could change, but that M played out. Right? Our double top M, that played out. And then now we're dangerously close to this being a triple top. It's like you hit. It's like you hit a wall. Which is, I'll show you. Trade the future. It's about 900 Bitcoin. Remember I told you about whole and half numbers, right? So like right at about 80K. Just looks distributive. Excuse me. This is where the fight is for bulls right now. We want to take everything else off and just look at structure. Where the hell are my tools? This low. We'll zoom in a second. But these are your most important levels right now in Bitcoin. This low. Trying to get these dead straight. Because these are order book levels, right? So they need to be dead straight. And then our right here. All right, so these are the points where we've gotten the most amount of liquidity, where the most action is still sitting on the book. And you can see we've been climbing it, right? That top level is where our triple top came in for the most part. And this, in my opinion, is our ceiling, right? Which would be mean reversion. Support resistance flip. Right? What was support becoming resistance. Daily 200 coming through the top. I hate the way that Keel sets their tools up. Just because I'm not used to it, I guess. Literally don't know where anything is. I feel like a noob.
But just as an argument, won't the people from stock market at all time highs want to like get into something which is a little bit cheaper?
Yeah, they will, but it's gonna take them a while to kill that euphoria that they're feeling over there. That's what I was talking about earlier. I think the next drop will catch them by surprise, and I think that they'll buy that dip. So I think the first drop on Legacy is gonna get rebought, but I think the second drop, when it takes out those lows, is where Legacy will start to capitulate. And I don't see that happening for a couple months. But yeah, 100%. That's what I'm betting on it. I'm betting on when they finally give up. And if you listen to them talk, they're definitely not there yet. You think we're talking super cycle? You need to hear Legacy talking right now. But when they finally give in and capitulate, yeah, I'm expecting them to come right to us. All right, well, this is going to piss me off because I can't figure out how to do this. So what I'm going to do is just do 2 horizontal lines. Or no, it's done. So, that's it. Did I do anything else? Whatever. That's the bottom. And that's the top. All right. Nothing has done anything to break that for me. We're still in a macro bear flag. We've been in a macro bear flag this whole time. We were in a macro bear flag up here. I already told you guys what I need to see to change that, and it includes breaking. And I would say that all of these large orders that you see stacking up underneath tend to agree with me. God, remember these days? Look at this grid, bro. That shit was nuts. That's the longest accumulation that Bitcoin ever had. Good old days when people thought it was a good idea to buy this stuff. It'll be back though. Yeah, which is why I have the numbers that I have for what bulls need to defend. Right? First and foremost, you need to defend the W, right? So you can't lose 75. From 7.5 to 7.45 is huge. But 70 is the big one. Yeah. Sometimes it's really best not to overthink these things. Yeah, it's called a bull market. There's bull markets and there's bear markets. In bull markets, people want to buy. In bear markets, people want to short things and accumulate capital to buy during bull markets. It's not a conspiracy, high def. It's a cycle. Some people won't want to buy Bitcoin again until it's back over 100 after hitting, 40 or whatever. That's when it'll start to look good to them again, be convinced that Bitcoin is the future again. These are like fair weather fans, you know what I mean? Team starts doing good. You've been suffering with your team for years and nobody cared. And then all of a sudden now they're in the championship and everybody's got a hat and a t-shirt. Hey, it wasn't enough liquidity to fund the euphoria across all alts. Right, so degens concentrated on certain areas. Quantitative tightening didn't allow for the rotation of capital from Bitcoin into Ethereum to sustain for more than just a move from like 14 to 44 for ETH. Then it all went right back into Bitcoin instead of rotating. So we understand why the alt season was lackluster, but Bitcoin performed amazingly. $15 to 126 during quantitative tightening is nothing to sneeze at. Now, yeah, definitely it would have done a lot better, right? If there was more money. It would have definitely done way better, in my opinion. But we have the next quantitative easing cycle to look forward to. And don't get it twisted, whether they're admitting it or not, the Fed's already printing. There's 40 billion that's coming out. It's going straight to bonds. The problem is that that's going straight to, that's not coming into people's hands like a stealth QE. But it's all going into bond yield control. Yeah, higher low after that double top, right? Or even the top itself, right? Even a triple top would be putting in an M pattern, but you'd have to break the lows. You'd have to take out the bottom of the range. Which is where our target is. 800 EMA. Enough gas to get there. We're putting in a huge psychological range, by the way, which kind of speaks to my idea of that volatility, that squiggle one volatility. Look at our psychological range, right? So on squiggle 2, we would have continued, right? And then Sunday would have come, CME would have opened, and we would have had a massive gap right here. CME gap, right? To fill. For squiggle 1. I mean, for squiggle 2. Squiggle 1 comes down to fill CME, right? But what it's going to leave is, look at the size of that psychological range. So if we sweep this tonight, that means we're going to have a psychological range that's about that big that will get revisited during the week at some point. And our squiggle 1 comes down to CME, then puts in a new high going into Monday, then goes into a 3-day retracement. A squiggle 3 is the bear squiggle, right? This doesn't have to happen. Step 1, we figure out what happens at CME, right? We close CME. From this point, squiggle 3 just goes, right? Squiggle 3 says this was the high, false move. We don't put in a second high going into Monday, and we start our 3-day retracement. But that's the obvious squiggle, so I'm not even bringing that one up. That's obviously a possibility. If you come back underneath this weekend trap, you run the risk of not being able to get back over it. But me personally, because of the way it's set up, I think we see some volatility. If I see volume, I'll be long in CME at this 800 EMA pretty hard. Because this doesn't invalidate our bull flag, which doesn't invalidate our measured move. And it does leave that gap behind. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I've learned not to fade market maker algos, man. Anybody that's been here long enough has seen market maker pull out some amazing shit. Strictly on algos. Who still has the short open from the vector candle earlier today? I think Hoover said he took that. There was a couple other people that said they took it because of the speed of the candle. W snipers. All right, I'll be right back. Let me get some coffee and then we're back in the weekend trap. So I don't expect to go too crazy here. I think we settle back down into a range. So if we do that, then I'll go into the presentation I was talking about. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. Let me get all of this stuff in order. Y'all were here yesterday. You saw a couple of these, but that was just sneak peek while I was trying to fix things. Yep, back in charge. I mean, they didn't lose control when he took that. That was our false move up. But yeah, being able to stop that volume and there not being a follow through definitely means market maker is running the show right now. Back in a trap. This is all old. I was like, why is this? Hold on. I was wondering what was why that was bugged out. So yeah, now we just build more liquidity up top, right? Worry about this. CME's underneath. We know our 3-day will be down, but we don't know if our top is in yet until Monday. But for right now, yeah, back in the trap. All right, give me a second. Let me order this so my food will get here right in the middle of the presentation because I'm starving. I'm not going to make it through the whole thing. I'll be right back. Let me know if my background noise is too crazy right now. People over. Let me see. Is this done rendering yet? I need everybody's brain rendering here. Just a couple minutes until I had to edit something, so I'm just waiting for it to finish rendering.
Imagine looking at a
No, no, not yet. She couldn't wait. She's ready to jump out the gate with it. She thinks she's a little too cute sometimes. But it's okay. We love her. Like she thinks I don't pick up on the sass, but I do. Yeah, so the way we'll break it down, we're gonna do breakdown on the Clarity Act. Then we'll dig into some of the specifics on what the issue is with the Bank Clarity Act. Then we'll go into Clanker, check on some charts for a second, break up the videos. Then we'll go into the stablecoin review, stablecoin rail review, Bitcoin and Bitcoin scarcity review. Probably be about a good hour of content while we just stay sideways in a trap. Yeah, I'm here. Give me a second, though. I'm trying to handle something real quick. Should have taken so long. I'm about to do a little clarity act report, and then get into some of the stablecoin shit. But I realize there might be people who don't understand how money is created in the first place. So I'm trying to put something together real quick. A little companion piece so that the Clarity Act makes sense. You get rid of him? Hmm? Mm-hmm. What's his name? Oh God, what a shock. Who would have known, huh? But sometimes they tell you right away. Was he hacked? Like, is it one of those things where they get hacked and they post a bunch of shit? Like, did you reach out to him? What did he say? All right, let me see. I can see his messages here. Let me see if he's been spamming here. But see, because somebody recently, the same thing happened. Is it's that somebody got in their account. But either way, they can't be upset if you remove them, right? It's understandable. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. That sucks, man. It's gonna get worse, you know? Closer we get to the bottom, the hungrier people get. I'll reach out to him too, see if he answers me. Appreciate you though. Chilling, man. Just putting some stuff together. Just finished eating. Waiting for some snacks. I did Uber eat some dessert because I'm on my fat boy shit. It's a cheat day, so you know what I mean. No judgment. Other than that, just chilling. Class tomorrow. Mm, mm. Yeah, we were playing around. Yeah, we were playing around with AI. Speaking of, where's mine? I'll do that after. Yeah, AI is making it way too easy for me to multitask, but I don't like that. Sometimes I just want to chill and handle one thing at a time. You know what I mean? Take me back to human speed. Yeah, so it's like a mass. I'll send him a message. We'll see if he hits me up. Yeah. All right, this looks like it's done. Let me run through it real quick to make sure it's rezzed all the way through without being wonky, and then we'll start. I'll be right back. right, we're about to start. Bitcoin's still sitting. Nothing crazy. I'm gonna put up a poll real quick. I just want to know. Everybody hit that poll real quick. I just need to figure out where I need to start. This is basically going to be a Cypher School class that you guys are getting. Because I should have put it in the curriculum, but I didn't, so. Did I just lose internet? What's going on? That's weird. Give me a second. If we lose connection, my internet might be bugging right now. Did you lose internet out there? Yeah, I'm definitely having some internet issues. Give me a second. I don't know if you guys can still hear me.